hello, hello. Hi. We're playing Next Fest demos today. I love my demos, as you know. There's a demo for this game, which is like unpacking, with the addition of like room decorating or like space decorating, whatever. And then there is Inconveni, which I really want to play. Hi, Sunny. Hi. Thank you for that, Bat. Sadly, no Celeste today. Maybe tomorrow I'll play some more Celeste, but for now we're just gonna chill.
Peter,
Peta, the horse is here.
the horse
This
is
is
here.
how our heroes save the world.
Thank you for
with
shouting,
the
Sunny,
power
out.
of anime globalization.
Beautiful.
Let's get started with this. Okay, we're renovating rooms. I saw this in the trailer. Ooh, that's nice. Very flowy. Ooh. Oh my gosh, it's a mess. Close is kind of like House Flipper with less of the... I mean, you don't like destroy walls or anything, but you can paint the walls and stuff. Ooh, satisfying. Oh, there's a cup I missed. Get that corner. Get that corner. Oh my god, this feels so nice, actually. Same. I wish I could just, like, throw everything in the air. And throw it into the trash can. I just got here, Arctic! I just got here. I'm working on it. Did I miss something? Oh, I have to left click it. This is for the windows, I'm assuming. Ooh. Beautiful. Hey, why are you throwing stuff at me? What have you done? Do we have to squeegee the walls too? Or are we just gonna paint over them? Clean right window. Clean left window. Did I not clean the left window? Can I open the window? Get all the... No, the leaves. Ooh, what color should we paint the walls? I'm thinking like an orangey. Ooh. Hi, Mushimaro. Someone mentioned you to me and I wanted to check you out. How goes it? Good! Who mentioned me? Welcome. Wait, Arctic, are they a bot? I don't think they're a bot. Oh, my son Arctic. Oh. I thought you were a bot and Arctic was like, get out of here. Oh my god. Be nice, Arctic. Be nice to your father. I know. Internet son. Hi, Dran. I'm painting a wall. Garomi! I was just on your stream! Hi! How goes the commissions? I saw you open commissions.
Wash out my face before you sleep, King.
Huh? Do what? Oh no! Oh no. I got it blue. I got it orange. Do what to your face? Yes, excuse me? Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Hello, everyone. I'm Ashy. Golden Retriever, Cottagecore VTuber, Cozy Gamer. We're trying Next Fest demos today. This is Hozy. H-O-Z-Y, like cozy. And then we're gonna try Inconveni, where you run like a convenience store. I really like Raccoins. Raccoins? Is that a demo? Got a dash, but this game looks cute and I hope you have fun today. Thank you, Garomi. I hope you had a good stream. Sorry, I hurt my ribs, so I was doing personal art. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Man, this is a Wendy's. Clawing Machine roguelike. Oh. Sharky. Shark. Okay, I'll hydrate. How did the hammerhead shark do on his math test? He nailed it. Nice. Taryn, I got one for you. It's kind of inappropriate. It's a little inappropriate. I don't think I told you yet. Let me hear it. Have you ever fucked while camping? It's fucking intense. I love that one. That's a good one. Thanks. I heard it at work. Right click to interact. Did I miss? No, there's a splotch there. What do I do now? Did I not paint the wall? Oh, I can move around the... You can say it when someone says that was intense. Ashi, is the game audio right? Should check the audio settings. I heard there was a setting for this game. A setting for this game? Oh, I have my own music going in the background. My bad. Lower the 4-watt setting. Are you fucking with me? Turn it down. Turn it down. Is that good? Lower the 4-watt setting. What? You lost me. I don't know what you're talking about. The 4-watt. The 4-watt setting. For what? For what? Oopsie. No, that's not the right color. Yeah, turn it down. For what? Turn it down. Oh, I can turn the... Taryn, I'm not smart. Reverse the order of what you said. Turn it down. Well. You lost me! I'm lost! For what? Oh yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. I just turn it down. Oh my god. Turn down for what? Is that the joke? Turn down for what? No. Oh my god. Boop-a-doop, boop-boop-a-doop. Wait. Okay, that doesn't. You got me. You got me there. Oh, that's cozy. No. How did I rotate it? Oh, like that. Oh. I miss Mashy. You miss me. Your audio was fine. Someday I'll hear her voice again. It's stupid. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. What do you mean? I'm talking right now. Oh, cute. Is this like a little nook? I have to see everything. You could leave it here for later. Cute. Can I put it here? I'd be afraid the plant is gonna get in the fireplace. Whoa. Look at the little physics. Someday she'll play a game with me again. Lucky. Bruh, come on. Come on, guys. I'm supposed to play a game with a lot of people. I get nerves. I get nervous. 70? It's Sugar.
Alright.
Hi.
Who are you?
Hi, Sugar. Oh, it's a beanbag.
Matthew! Thank you, Matthew! You're now part of our group. Matthew, you can be my pet. Look, it says can be pet.
What are you? Is that... Was that one of your What was that stream? What? No, I want to keep that. Why question mark? Taryn question mark? It's a sugar. Oh, honey. Mashi has brain cell. What clip was that? What clip was playing for you? What game were you playing? I like how the beanbag... Look at it goes bloop 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 bloop. I was playing that cult game. Oh, that cult game. Cult of the Lamb. I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, I guess we could have a fire hydrant. Safety is important. Oh, globe. We want this to go here. This can go like... I don't know, I feel like it's too cluttered. What game are you playing today, Mashi? I'm gonna play, this game is called Hozy. H-O-Z-Y. And then I'm gonna play Inconveni, where you run like a little convenience store. And you have like wholesome interactions with the customers and stuff. What? You hear his little meow? Ooh, that's cute. I like that. What's this? I like the beanbag, but I don't know where to put it. Unless I get rid of this and just have the beanbag. So I can keep an eye on the time while working. I don't feel like that matches the aesthetic that I'm going for. What's this? No. Lots of candles. No. Beanbag by lamp and corner. Like a little like reading nook. The beanbag can go in the corner. Put the tiger rug under beanbag. I'm having issues with this beanbag. Where was the... Where was the tiger rug? I don't know, what do you think about the TV being here? I don't think I'm digging this rug. I think we can make it match more. That couch by the blue couch. Why is it so tiny? It's tiny permanently. Look at it. It's so tiny. A tiny couch. A tiny, tiny couch. A couch for ants. Oh, Lord. Kitty couch. Yeah, it's for Gigi. No, that's not even big enough for Gigi. Oh, this couch or this couch? Green or... I kind of like the yellow one better. Green or yellow? Hamster couch? Yellow, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to find the rug. It's a struggle. There it is. Oh, pretty. Gigi, I just started streaming, Gigi. I just started streaming, Gigi. What could you want? What could you possibly want? Oh, can I put stuff on the windowsill? I'll figure out a different place for that. What is this though? This could be... like that. Yellow ties the room together better. Yeah. There's lots of plants. You know I love plants. Oh. This is the working corner, so... Ooh, who's that? Little bit of asymmetrical. You feel it? No. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Where should I put this one? I'm not done. Get out of here, I don't want you! How do I get rid of this thing? I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't want it, please. Oh, the lamp is supposed to be over here. Okay, well this is bugged. I cannot get it to leave. Leave! Oh my god. Okay, well... now it's all slanted and weird looking. Frickin' frick. Wait, is the chair doing that too? Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm having troubles. Guys. Why? Why can't I get rid of it? My fucked up couch. I like this little corner though. What do you want? 1 second. You just ate, Gigi. You're gonna throw up if I feed you more. Did you bring me your toy? No way you brought me this. I don't remember bringing his toy over here. It's like a really long pole that has a string attached to it. My chair's fucked up. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm restarting because this is making me upset. This is upsetting me. Why is it like halfway on the ground? I don't understand. Sorry, I had to start this one over. I forgot which. I think this was orange. The paint is so satisfying. Okay. Taryn, no you. I'm painting the wall. Taryn, have you seen Marathon? Have you tried it yet? Yeah, thank you for that, Pat. Welcome. Welcome on in. We're just painting a wall. Okay. Remember, we weren't gonna use that. We were gonna use this one because it matches. The TV is gonna go right there, so we gotta leave room for it. So many plants. I like this. Beanbag. What? This is for the working table. I don't want that. This is also going to be where the working table is. I could put this actually. No, that's too cluttered. Little end table right there. Here's my working table. Here's like a little nook. I'm confused. Does it go this way? You think it goes this way? Or this way? Probably this way. Probably this way. That makes more sense, I feel like. We'll have a plant there. We'll have a plant here. We'll have this. How about a lamp right here? We'll have a couple candles scattered about. Don't want that. I want my record player. I mean, I guess I could have like a little... Do I want this? These go right here. Actually. I like the idea of... Well, maybe I need to cool off from work. This is going swimmingly. You feel it. Is that everything? Oh my god, I put the... There we go. Which game is this? It's called Hozy. H-O-Z-Y. Whoa. Whoa. Ah. That hurts my eyes. Oh no, did I disconnect? Hello? Did my stream disconnect? It's so good to be back home from the big city. Stream is up. Did it crash? Workshop, an artist's creative mess. satisfying. Take them old boards, we don't need them. No, been up the whole time. Okay, weird. Because it just said reconnecting to chat, so I thought I crashed. Hee 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 hee. Throw him into the abyss. Oh. Or we can brush them into a bag. A lawn bag. Look, it's getting bigger. This demo is free on Steam, by the way. Sweep the yard. Ooh, check this out. How satisfying is that? Old planks. Oh, what color do we want the... I don't know, should I make them all red? It's like a maroonish. Let's do all of it red like this, and then the painting could be a little better. I like how in House Flipper 2 you could use the WASD keys. You can't really do that in this game. No. Ooh, I actually like that green. It's nice. I made delicious chicken spinach Alfredo for dinner. Guys, what did you have for dinner? Okay, unpack furniture. Oh, that's funny. I can do like little designs. Let's not do that. I'm not artistic enough for that. What is that? Oh. I don't know what that is. Tea table, tea table. he in the garden? I like... Maybe that would look good in the garden. As if for a date, but with who? There's so many things. Is this supposed to be a stool? I can't tell. I think it is because I can't place stuff on it. Whoa. Ah. cute. Oh my god, there's little cute not Christmas, Halloween decorations. This is like a table saw, isn't it? So I probably shouldn't have decorations on the table saw. Oh, there's that girl again. Oh, he's in love with her. Fancy room. I'm not done yet. I'm still trying to figure out. Can I put that there? I cannot. Is it just that this is full and I have to use it? Is that why? Oops. My sister's quilt. What's this? Is this like a sewing thing? What is this? Oh, they're like acrylics. Ah. I'm not a fan of those. I think the outside looks really nice. Oh, it actually saves to my hard drive or solid state drive, whatever. Have fun with your games. I feel myself falling asleep, so I decided to surrender. Okay. I recognize this girl from the sketches. Dark music hall. Ooh, interesting. Are those gnomes? Clean floor. Yeah, this game I feel like will make you guys sleepy. I'm tempted to try something a little more upbeat, fast-paced. With the perfect width for my squeegee. think this one will be all blue this time. I don't know why I have that Katy Perry song stuck in my head. Oof, right. I have no idea. Don't ask. Why are the gnomes doing a seance? This is a real question we should be asking. Girls' night. You know, you're right. I shouldn't be so nosy. Let the girls have their night. Let there be light. Ooh. Ha! What the? Real mature. Wait. Oh no. I do quite like this. Oh no. Having a dance party now. Hmm. Yeah. Well, that's not really practical. There's so many cactuses. I wish I could see. cacti. Cactuses. Why are there so many cacti? Shelf. Well, where the hell is this supposed to go? I mean... Oh look, a shelf for all my cacti. Cozy soup! What's going on in the corner? What this? This is called Hosey. I want that here.
Have Kyle pose for me? Ooh. Ooh. I wish. On a speedo, full, what is it?
Joker. Do you like my club thing? I actually don't know what I'm making. Too many tables. Too many tables. Is this unpacking? It's like unpacking. With less hand holding. What is this? don't really know what kind of vibe I was going for. I just know... Wait, can I change? No, I can't change what it shows. I can only put a certain amount of things away. Can't open the... I was hoping I could open the cabinets and put some stuff in there, but I cannot. What, baby Gigi? What is it, baby Gigi? Ah! Cozy soup. No, this is the cozy zone. And then this. Don't like that they make noises. This is the cozy zone. And then this is the party zone. Party zone. Wait, are they holding each other? Oh, okay, they weren't supposed to be doing that. Grab your dance party, gnomes. Stay out of mischief. Oh my god, it's on his head. I need to even them out a little bit. There we go. I think I broke the level again. Final level of our demo. Well, that was the demo. Thanks for making it Hosey. Okay. What time is it? 7:30? Inconveni. There's Burglin Gnomes. Hosey. Sledding game. Vacation simulator. Woman sim... Oh my fucking god. Rewind 99. Clean up Earth. Dark Haven. Tap tap loot. Don't panic. It is just turbulence. Let's try. Ooh, the Witch's Bakery has a demo. Let me uninstall this demo. Uninstall that. Home. Uninstall. Wait, someone on my friends list is playing. Oh, Striker's playing Celeste. Fun. What else do I uninstall? Uninstall this. Uninstall this. Okay, Inconveni. Well, that's downloading. I'm going to be right back. I'm back. Let me get the game up on the screen before I switch back 1 second. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My Coca-Cola is warm. SMH. I did not mean to do that. I always do that. I switched the speaker on accident instead of like trying to... Okay. Let's capture the game. Hi, JJ! JJ, I have beef with you. You didn't need to call me out like that.
コンビニ店員の人生ってバラ色のわけがないと思われている。むしろ無色透明。
What do you mean?
正直私もそう思って
You
た。
know what I mean.
毎年夏にこの店に来ると
You don't need me to put this art on screen. You can
That looks like a baked potato with a
rotate a hot
wiener
dog
in
in your
it.
mind. The police can't stop you. You can rotate a hot dog in your mind.
Okay.
たびにどうしておばさんがこの店を続けるのか不思議に思っていた。
This is called Inconbini.
あの時はまたここで過ごすことになるなんて全然思ってなかった。でも今年もこうしてここにいる。
Whoa. The phone's shaking. It's quaking. Hello, Hunky Punky Konbini store speaking. How can I help you? Makoto, there you are. I was starting to worry you wouldn't answer. Aunt Hina, it's you, but why are you still awake? It's almost 5 a.m. Oh, honey, I just couldn't sleep. It's your first shift alone after all. How's your night going? You shouldn't worry. I've already placed some products on the shelves, and now I'm taking a break to write in the notepad, just like you told me to. That wasn't very cash money of me. This sounds absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to read all about your little escapades. I'm still not sure what to put in the store, though. What I should put in there. What? I'm still not sure what I should put in there, though. I can't read. Oh, don't you worry. Just write it from your heart. Remember, honesty is key. Other employees also have notepads like yours, but I mostly ask them to write down customer requests. That way they can always come back, open the notepad, and check the notes. Maybe you could do that too. Yeah, I'll write down things to do on my notepad as well. These notes might come in handy. Day shift workers always leave their notepads lying around. Take a look. Maybe you'll find something interesting there. By the way, since we're already speaking about the rascals, those sloppy kids probably left a ton of mess in the store again. You notice the shelves are empty or products are placed inappropriately. Please make sure to fix it. As soon as you're done with everything, just flip the sign on the door and let the customers know that you're open. Restock the shelves and flip the sign on the front door to let customers in. Got it. Good. Okay, sweetheart. I won't take any more of your time. I'm sure there's lots to do. If you have any questions on what you need to do, just call me. I won't be asleep for another hour. You can find my number on the business card next to the phone. I see. I will write down everything you mentioned in my notepad so I won't forget. I'll call you if I need any extra help. Bye, Aunt Hina. Bye, Aunt Hina. Break a leg, sweetie. Bye-bye. Hard to open notepad. I'm still not sure what I should put in here, but I guess I have to write something. Okay, Monday, August 23rd, 1993. Some might say that a konbini worker's life is devoid of any color or variety. To tell you the truth, I used to think so too. I've spent summers visiting this store and never understood why my auntie keeps working here. Back then, I never imagined I'd be spending another minute in this place, and yet here I am again. Check if products in the store are in the right places and place them correctly. Place products from storage on shelves in the sales area. If I need help, call Aunt Hina to learn what to do in the store. Her number is 210051. Soda. The walking speed is so slow. That's way too sensitive. Jet. Lager and beer. Where do I have the lager and beer? Did you watch the Stardew Valley 10? Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw the big reveal on the new marriage candidates. And I am perturbed. saw someone say Clint deserves love after being labeled an incel after the Emily marriage update. I mean, apparently this is like Clint's redemption arc. If I'm gonna romance Clint, I'm gonna use a portrait mod. I cannot with that guy. Being alone isn't the issue there. It's he doesn't change his dialogue if you marry her. Yeah. I don't like Clint. I wish he would have given us Willie, Marlon. Oh my god, Marlon would have been amazing. Even like Caroline, like he even said in one of his interviews that he wanted to create as much chaos as possible, and he wanted to make it so like we could break up like married NPCs, and he didn't allow us to do that. Why? Please let me be a home wrecker. Please, I'm begging you. I don't know, there's just so many more other interesting NPCs that we could have got. Not Clint. Not Clint. But I love Concerned Ape, and I can't be mad. Someone lost a ring. Hello. Walking speed is so slow. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be like a slow paced, chill game. Bread being put in the fridge? Oh no. Good evening and welcome to our store. Feel free to ask me anything. Ask me if you need any help. Good evening to you too, young lady. I will, thank you. You are new here, aren't you? Yet, your face seems so familiar, as if you've always worked here. Maybe it's because I look like my auntie? See, I'm helping my aunt here in the store. Maybe that's why. I've been working here since last week, but the new semester is about to start, so I will be moving back home. It's my last week at the store. Greetings, Bunny. How are you? Oh, I see. So you're helping your auntie out. Good of you. Very good. Wait a minute. Does this mean that your auntie is the old woman who runs this place? Yes, that's her. Aha! Now that's interesting. You know, I've been coming here to get my groceries for almost 10 years now, and let me tell you, there are few things in this world that are as constant and reliable as a rising sun, and your auntie is definitely one of them. However, we're not on the best terms at this point, so it's best that I stay out of her sight for now. Quite a story. That one is quite a story. Luckily, she only works during the day, so I have to sneak into the store at night while she's not around. Could you please not tell her that I came here? Why not? Is there a reason why? That would complicate things. Let's leave it at that. What's your name, by the way? Makoto. Nice to meet you, Makoto. I am Chief. Everybody around here calls me Chief. Nice to meet you, Chief. I better go grab all the stuff I need and head out before your auntie comes. With a diligence like hers, she could march into the store to check on you at any time. I better be quick. These boxes were not facing backwards. If I just find what? There's a lot of little things I have to look out for, I guess. I love Melting Pot! Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I love Melting Pot. I've only been there once, but it was freaking delicious. Honky Ponky. Would you care to lend a hand to an old man? Sure. Can I help you with anything? Yes, you can, darling. You see, my cat Mimi is acting weird. It's like she avoids me and doesn't want to cuddle anymore. That's why I ventured to the store in this weather, to bring my princess a premium treat. Maybe she needs some love, you know? Someone suggested I try hypoallergenic cat food. I was hoping to find it here, but the names are so unbelievably small I can't see a thing. Would you please find a can for me? The one I'm looking for should be with green pea formula or something. Do you have anything like that? I'll take a look. Seafood, fish, chicken. Tuna, tuna, tuna. Let me see if I have it in my box. Here you go. Is this the one you were looking for? My oh my, thanks for the help. I still can't see the name on the can, but I'll trust you anyway. My pleasure. It's nice of you to take such a good care of your cat. I hope she likes the food. Well, I guess we'll see. I hope this one will make her feel better. Okay, now I can cross cat food off my list. Ha! I love melt and then the... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I said I love Melting Pot. I've only been there once, but I was obsessed. Fuck. Yeah, that was loud. Thank you for the bits. Ready to check out? I think I've got everything. What's that? Let me take care of you.
Hi!
Here's your change, Chief. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for your purchase. Please come again. I should thank you, dearie. You've been a great help tonight. This is the only place I go to get groceries, so I'll definitely come back. This you can count on. I see you're taking good care of the store, except for this one bread in the refrigerator. I'm so sorry about that. I was supposed to put it somewhere else. So make sure you always have cat food. My princess deserves only the best cuisine. Got it. I'll make sure we have this item in stock at all times. Did I do something wrong? No, that's not it. You've been a great help tonight. I guess I just feel that I've finally run out of luck. Even today, when I was driving down to the store, I was sure that something from my list would be missing. Yet we found the soda, even my favorite noodles were there, but still, I feel like there's this huge shadow over my head with my business and everything. Even my own cat doesn't like me anymore. Oh, yesterday's horoscope said that if I follow the signs, my weather will change, and yet everything's still the same. Cashier simulator. No, it's Inconveni. Well, I guess it's kind of cashier simulator. Sometimes I look at the sky, desperate to find a sign there, like some kind of providence that would tell me, Chief, the dark times are over. It's going to be all right. I'm so sorry. Makoto, do you believe I will find my sign? Cheer up, Chief. You know what, Chief? Let me tell you this. Tomorrow could be absolutely amazing, and yet tomorrow could also be absolutely disastrous, but who cares? I was worried today, too, about being alone in the store for the first time, and about me returning to college in a week, not even knowing who I want to be in the future. But in the end, it's about you and me being at the store right at this moment, enjoying the fluorescent light and the sounds of raindrops hitting the asphalt outside. When I think about that, it fills me with hope. So yes, perhaps you feel you didn't find your sign today, but maybe you already did, and you just didn't notice. You know, you truly are Hina's niece. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come home, feed my cat, and enjoy the evening. Maybe I will find my sign, maybe I won't. But you said it best, who cares? Enough being depressed. I will let go and not dwell on it anymore. Yeah, that's the spirit. Thank you so much for this conversation, Makoto. You're a very bright kid. I'm really glad I came to the store today. I'll be seeing you again, dear. Goodbye. Good night, Chief. Hope to see you soon. Why is the Chief standing there? I'm sorry. Do you need anything else? Anything else? Well, you're standing in the doorway. I thought you might have forgot something. Oh no, dear. Thank you. You've helped me enough for today. I'm actually waiting for something. Come take a look at the sky with me. Can you see? See what? A crimson glare on the horizon. The color of a ripe apple. To me, it looks like the color of a discount coupon for pastry that you can get after 8 p.m. or that color on a box of spicy noodles. You know, I've just remembered something. In addition to the color crimson symbolizing wholeness and welfare, it can also be a good sign. A sign of good weather to come. Howdy, hams! That's right. The rain has stopped.
雨降る夜勤がやっと終わって夏の儚い花火のように消えていく。
It
と
was
あるお
loud,
客さんが
sorry.
私に悩みを打ち明けてくれて心を通わせることができた気がする。そして明日に備えて開店準備ができた。確かにコンビニ店員の人生はバラ色ではない。でもこうして夜にあった出来事を書いているとちょっとした喜びが胸に湧き上がってくるのを感じる。繰り返し棚に商品を補充したり接客をしたりするこの仕事にはある種の特別な魅力がある。冷蔵庫の稼働音がブーンと静かにリズムを刻んだ。コンビニの仕事には思っていた以上の何かがあるような気がしてきた。
Is
ま
that
るでまだ見つかっていない
That was
秘密の
short.
材料があるみたい。そんなものが本当にあるかどうかはわからない。でも一つだけ言えるのは私はそれを見つけたいって思ってるってこと。
Honky ponky. Inconveni. That was sweet. The only thing I want is them to like increase the walking speed. It's so slow. Okay, that was inconveni.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it.
Thank you for the biddies. Okay, what else did I want to play tonight? Engram. What's Engram? Celeste. I was trying demos for tonight. Tomorrow I'll play Celeste, I promise. I promise. I can't stay up too late tonight, and if I play Celeste, I'll end up staying up till almost midnight again. Play Elden Ring? No. No, thank you. There was a game that I was curious about that's a Metroidvania. Gacha capsule shop simulator? That sounds fun. Ramen simulator. Oh my god, there's so many simulators. Puni the florist. Oh, this looks so cute. Guardians of the Wild Sky. I've already tried Pragmata. Devil of the Plague. A 1 to 4 player co-op horror game. Cleanse cursed lands, perform forbidden rituals, and survive a spreading plague. Fear is not scripted. It emerges from your choices, your mistakes, and your team. Gotcha these nuts in your mouth, Cox. Magical princess. Raise your daughter while she attends a magical academy. choose which classes she attends, jobs she does, training she undergoes, and more in the character-raising sim packed full of story and over 50 endings to reach. Damn. Last gas station. In a world where electric cars reign supreme, you are now the owner of an old gas station out in the wilderness. Establish trade, develop your business, and uncover the secret of this strange place in the compact gas station simulator. Huh. People of note. In this turn-based RPG musical, join Cadence as she recruits an Hold on, let me show you these. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Drive Beyond Horizon has a good demo. Drive Beyond Horizon. I was looking at this one. This one really seems interesting. Experience turn-based combat like never before, where each battle is a musical performance with evolving combat conditions and genre-bending mashup attacks.
We've come this far together. Give us a chance to prove ourselves.
Take care of this.
Nothing but a warm-up.
Who's with me?
Now's your chance. Get loud.
Whoa, that power! You just need a little retuning.
This is it.
It's like a RPG rhythm game.
They thought they could hang with us.
None of them think I have what it takes. What do we have to do? I'll figure it out.
Come on!
Ready for a matchup?
You know it.
I got you.
Yo, nice, Kate.
Don't let them intimidate you.
People of note. I think I will wishlist it. Shutter story. Examine a family's photo album to reveal signs of the paranormal as the fate unfolds in the house around you. Their fate is in your hands. This pisses me off. What the fuck is this? Woman simulator? Come on. Where's man simulator? Fix my car. Change my oil. Oh, look, furries. Trivia About You. Trivia About You is a romance visual novel about furry characters sharing meaningful moments in Carol's house. After moving into the shop, you become roommates with 3 charming furry characters. Through daily life from spring to autumn, you slowly build deeper connections with them. Little Chef. Cozy Cooking. A physics-based cooking game full of discovery and playful chaos. Experiment with everything in the kitchen and unlock around 300 recipes on your way to becoming a master chef. Ooh, spooky. I was looking for... Is Metroidvania a genre? Or is that a subgenre? Yeah, it's a subgenre. subgenre of platformer. Oh, Momogatari is what I wanted to look at. This looks really cute. It reminds me of Nine Souls. Sand Loop. 3D platformer. Scaravan 66 also good. I didn't see that. Was that on the other page? Brew Dash. You have to look it up. Let's look up. Uh. For you. Why does this look like the game where you sell drugs? You're running a old video store. That's kind of fun. Oh, this is a good one. This is this game is entirely hand drawn. It's incredible. I might try it. Let's try that. Yeah, this is all hand drawn. Witch's Bakery. Cloudside Lane. Non-West Miner Simulator. Penniless Chef. Void Loop. Dungeon Crawler. Roguelite. Oh hey, it's like a Wordle type game. Oh, this looks cute. I like the style. Point and click. Why are there so many simulators? There's a Beyblade oh my god. Beyblade Simulator. I'll be just fine pretending I'm not. I'm far from lonely and it's all that I've got. I know, but they all look like copy pasted. What the hell? Is this that one game where you fish? They copied the other fishing one. What is it called? Yeah, they totally copied it. The fishing's the same. And the characters are the same. They look the same. Oh, but is this VR? LGBTQ? Explain. Explain how this is LGBTQ. Yuri? Yuri on my For You page? Yuri. I love Yuri. Artificial intelligence games. Are you saying these are AI? Question mark? No. Project Alex. Anime Shop Simulator is one I wanted to try. So I looked up Route and a game called Sex Route popped up. Oh, nice. Oh, I wanted to try this one too. Collector's Cove. Ooh. Whisk is a two-player platformer about shared movement and communication. Coordinate jumps, climbs, and throws with a partner to get every dream cat home. I don't know who would play that with me. Farm to table. Cute. Cute. It looks VR. Multiplayer? No, I thought it would be multiplayer, huh? Oh my god, is this like another Five Nights at Freddy's? Poppy Playtime, Five Nights at Freddy's. Mascot horror. Yeah, it's not very creative, is it? And here's our street. Do I need a controller? Is a controller what you desire? Phew, Paris is so huge. Ah, yes, haha. I hadn't done that much flying in a while. Me too, I'm starting to get morphine cramps. I can take the luggage if you want. I'm good. It's just up ahead. Is that... Hello! Oh, hello! We met a couple weeks ago. I remember, the witch and the pink cat. I'm not a cat, though. Exactly. We met when we last came to visit the premises. Ah, so you have made your choice then. Yes! We've decided on here. We're moving in today, actually. Haha, that's great news. Welcome, then. I'm quite eager to have a taste of your delicacies. We probably have a few things to tidy up, but if you can come in later in the afternoon, we'll be happy to need you something. Wonderful, I will stop by. Please take all the time you need. Oh my god, this game's beautiful. Look at it, it's beautiful, gorgeous. It's our bakery, boulangerie. I wish French people were real. Boulangerie. Where are you going? The bakery's right over there. Me turning to ash. Home sweet home. Wow, it's dusty. Yeah, a little bit. It's not just us. Look at all those spiders. Oh la la. This is a sign it's a healthy home, like Mom says. She does say that. Alright, let's put our things down and get cleaning. Haha, you're so hyped. Don't you want to rest for a minute? I do not. Okay, counter offer. We gotta call Mom to let her know we've arrived safe and sound, or we're not gonna hear the end of it. Haha, you're right. Let's do that. And then let's poof this dust away. All done. I wish I could use elemental magic. You practically did everything. That's why we're a team. So, what do you think? I might want to add a thing or two. I'm sure we can find more cool stuff in shops here. I wish for a bottomless bag. Maybe we can get one from Galdari. He has an entrance to his shop in Paris. Who is it? Oh, there's the guy. Hello, am I interrupting? Oh, no, not at all. Come on in. Thank you for stopping by. This is truly incredible. Just a few hours ago, this place looked completely abandoned. That's my friend Oreo's magic for you. Hee. And I thought I had seen it all at my age. I hope we can bake something you like too. What can I get you? A baguette? A viennoiserie? Oh, I don't want to put more work on you. I see you are still unpacking. Oh no, it's fine. It'll only take a minute. Hang on. Oreo? Yes, time to bake some happiness. What would you like? Well, if you insist, a baguette for the starters. For starters will be exquisite. Excellent choice. Can you make some dough? I'll bake that baguette in a whiz. Sure, perfect time for my atelier's debut. Dough is ready. All yours. Here you go. There you go. Oh my, that was spectacular. I hope you'll like it. This will be a delight with my midnight coffee. Oh, by the way, feel free to stop by the cinema across the street whenever you want. We'll give you a discount. The cinema? Why? How? I am the owner. My name is Hervé Martin. What? Oh, thank you. That's really nice of you. Whoa, my pleasure. I don't know why I talked like that. I will not keep you any longer. Take your time to settle. I want to do a French accent, but I will not be consistent with it. Thank you for stopping by. We'll always have a fresh baguette for you. You're turning French. I feel spoiled. Next time, I might try your pain au chocolat. Oh, I love pain au chocolat. I will tell the whole neighborhood about you. You can count on me. Bonne soirée. He's so nice. Pain au chocolat, he said. It sounds so weird. Well, that's how people call chocolatine here. But that's not... Do we have to call it that? I'd rather say chocolatine like normal. We should say pain au chocolat. We should say pain au chocolat. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We're in Paris, though. You got my point. Come on, we still have a lot to do. Everything's got to be perfect for tomorrow. Man, like... What a day. Crazy to think that just this morning, we were still in... I have Angoulême... How do you explain the... on... pan and chocolate... What? Pan? 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 I can't believe we're finally here. That's where we'll live now. It feels so special. I imagine, even way back when we met, you were always talking about coming here. Tomorrow is our first day. Are you nervous? Yes, a little bit. I wonder what kind of people we'll meet here. I hope they'll like my bread. What if nobody comes? Loon, people will come, even just to see a witch. Hey, they'll come for my bread too. That's not what I meant. Of course they'll come for your bread too. Everything's gonna be fine, don't worry. And I'm here to help too. I got you. I know. Thank you, Oreo. You're not saying it wrong, but it's off. Pain au chocolat. Chocolat. Pain. Let me see if I can fix that. Pain au chocolat. Pain au chocolat. Pain au chocolat. It's so beautiful. This is all hand-drawn. Incredible. Okay, let's sleep. Alright, let's go to bed. I am beat, melted, kneaded. I'll sleep like a noodle. Me too, and tomorrow we'll get up full of energy and the grand opening of Le Croissant de Lune. And then it will start our very own Parisian adventure. Not the in. I don't know what you want from me. I'm trying. That's a cute name. It is. Come on, Oreo. The sun's shining, birds are chirping, it's morning. Yeah, I'm coming. Let's go. Oh boy, she's hyped. Pan au chocolat. La Croissant de Lune. Alright, okay. Phew, it's your moment, Lune. Okay, I'm up. Hey, morning, partner. Fancy seeing you here. Haha, it's good to see you so energized. Are you ready? I'm so ready. Gotta prepare some joy dough before people come in. Work your magic. I'm all set. Yay! La Croissant de Lune is in business. Clients arrive in order. You must serve them before their patience runs out or they'll leave. Oreo bakes the orders while you prepare the dough and serve the items. Keep an eye on your available dough and make more during downtime between rush hours. You can carry up to 3 items at a time. If you pick up the wrong item, you can feed it to Oreo to give them a temporary production boost.
Any questions?
Yes. Are you going to finish that croissant?
Croissant!
Knock yourself out.
Wait. What? Wait. They're getting mad. They're getting mad. How do I... Oh my...
Bonne journée. Voilà pour vous. Bonne journée. Et voilà. Bonne journée.
Okay. I get it. What would you like?
Bonjour. Et voilà.
Et voilà.
Bonne journée.
She's so cute.
Bonne journée. Vous allez bien?
No. Picked up the wrong thing.
Et voilà.
Et voilà. I messed up one though. Can I start the day over? Didn't expect it to be so busy on the first day, and it's just the beginning. Imagine when all of Paris will know about us. We might need to hire if that happens. I'm guessing Monsieur Martin told the whole neighborhood about us. Monsieur Martin. Martin! Ooh, Paris. Oreo and Loon perform a few synchronized moves that culminate into a high five. We might need to decorate a bit more with more people coming. Don't get me started. I want to buy a ton of... Wait! We have to get something first. I'm guessing bottomless bag? Yes. What? How did you know? How long do you think we've been together? I know your every thought. It's practical thinking. Bottomless bag, more decorations. Hehe. Galdari must have sent his magical shop. Must have one at his magical shop. We just need to find him. I think I remember where he's hiding. Let's go. Last time he said he was somewhere in Le Passage Verdot. Any idea where that is? Let's ask Goggles. Oh, it's not... Oh, I can use my broom. Wow, it's so pretty. Look, it really looks like a secret passage. Look at all these cute shops and antiques. The perfect neighborhood for Galdari, indeed. His shop must be hidden somewhere. Do you know where it is? Nuh-uh. I guess we'll have to look around. Weren't we looking for Galdari? Hey, that's those stars that hang around Galdari all the time. Oh, right, they are twinkles. Hey, hello. Could you show us the way to Monsieur Galdari, please? Let's follow them. Oh, oh. Hey, wait. They disappeared. Aw, but they let us here for some reason. There might be a clue. Wait a minute. Oh, secret door. Aha, there he is. Galdari is a sneaky one. We haven't seen him in a while now that I think about it. Yeah, not since high school. It's when he scolded us for moving one of his vinyl by like 2 centimeters. I seem to recall that you moved that vinyl, but I must be misremembering. That's irrelevant. We're a team, aren't we? At least, I'm not the one who Galdari will keep a couple eyes on. A couple eyes. Oh! Big. Welcome to Don's La Toile? How do I say that? Don's L'Etoile. I've been expecting you, little bugs. I've been expecting you, little bugs. They're so cute. Imagine if they were at the bakery. It would be a total mess. Hello, Monsieur Galdari. Hello, dear Loon. Graduate witch you are now. By my webs, how time flies. I trust Oreo has not been causing you any undue difficulty on your journey. Hey! Hehe. They've been the best. We make a great team. Really? I'm enchanted to hear that. With a serene look, Monsieur Galdari has a sip from a teacup held in one of his hands. Oh, what a delight. Fujian white tea, how exquisite for this reunion. My webs told of your recent esting in Paris. You know everything, as always. We've opened our bakery just today. Oh ho ho! I foresee many challenging emotions arising within your sweet abode. Do be vigilant, my dear Loon. Mages of heart can easily lose their way. No worries, I'm here to keep her on track. Hey, I'm not a schoolgirl anymore. I can handle myself just fine. Ah, graduation does not shield one from mistakes. However, I may possess a few accessories. Accessories that could prove helpful on your way. You are in search of a bottomless bag, if I am not mistaken. Sometimes it's scary that you know stuff like that. Bottomless bag. I'm okay. It's all good. I am well aware of what you have broken, and I am most displeased. I warned you this morning you would be tasked with copying the Anthology of Magic. Oh no, please, not again. It was just a tiny doodad. There are no doodads here, young grasshopper. Huh? Wait, you're... Dear Loon, Oreo, allow me to introduce young Mirembe? She is currently undertaking her apprenticeship under my supervision. And my string's brittle. She is a little too energetic for my collection. Hello. Bonjour. Oh wow, a morph. Are they your associate? Heart mages are so lucky. I want an associate too. You're the witch who makes croissants for feelings, right? How does it work? Is it tiring? Exhausting? Are you seeing emotions like right now? Hold on, please hold on, little grasshopper. Not all questions at once. You will have ample time to interrogate Loon on another day. For now, you have tidying up to do. I've just opened my bakery in Montmartre. I'm struggling with these words. Montmartre. Montmartre. I've just opened my bakery in Montmartre. You can come whenever. We can chat as much as you want. Anytime. Yay! Where is it? I just can't wait to see your magic and taste what you make. Sure thing. I'll text you the address. Do you have what's up? What's up? Hey yo, it's me. Hi, here's the address. How's your first day? Great. We've already had clients. I'm so proud of you. Call me often, okay? Take care of yourself. Will do. Don't worry. Sweet. I'll come by tomorrow. Not so fast, young caterpillar. You must be forgetting something. I expect you to rectify your blunders before you are permitted to flutter about. 'Twas a teeny tiny doodad. There's no doodads here. Don't worry. We're open every day except for Sunday. And even on Sunday, we can hang around. All right. I'll come as soon as I get out of Monsieur Doodadery's webs. Doodaddery. Are you being humorous? I have many books, the transcription of which would instruct you, should you wish. Bleh. Doodaddery. Oreo. Ah, that little butterfly. She's quite the storm. She looks like fun. She is relentless, always engaged in some activity. There is something driving her, that grasshopper. We'll leave you to it then. We're off to buy decorations, and we still have some tidying up to do at the bakery. I imagine. It truly was a pleasure to see you again. Feel free to visit when you feel the need. I may have items to help you on your journey. It was great to see you too. We'll be back for sure. Bye-bye. I would have never thought Galdari would accept an apprentice. Managing a teenager, that must change his pace. Mirembe was fun. Hold on, let me see. I want to make sure I'm... Mirembe. No, it's B-E, not B-R-E. Mirembe. Translate to Gonda? Translate from Gonda. What? Mirembe was fun. A bit too fun for Galdari, I'd say. Sure brings back memories of our school days. Galdari was running after us all the time. He was running after you all the time. I was a good student. Well, I mean, comparatively. Oh, right. Comparatively, yes. I regret saying that somehow. Why is nobody seeing the twinkles? People don't seem to react to the twinkles. That's odd. They're probably under a veil spell. Only mages can see them. They're not supposed to wander around on Earth, so they have to stay hidden. Oh, right. I bet it's easier to cast a veil on them rather than tell them not to wander around. Whoever cast that spell probably thought that too, and for good reason. Yeah, ain't no stopping Twinkles from doing mischief. Sorry, Loon. Gotta tidy up. Decoration. Oh, look at the little buddy. Hey, that's... Oh, hello. My apologies. I was staring. The woman looks around perplexed, oblivious to the spectral creature floating beside her. Is something wrong? No, sorry. I was just daydreaming. Hello. Apologies for my rudeness. This is the first time that I meet a witch and her associate in person. Usually, it's only on TV. I'm Loon, and this is Oreo. Nice to meet you. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Judith Tessier. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you sightseeing? We were looking to decorate our bakery. We were looking for decorations for our bakery, actually. Your bakery? Yes, exactly. I'm a witch, and I'm also a baker. My bread brings smiles with taste and a dash of magic. We've just opened our bakery today in Montmartre, and we were looking for decoration ideas. Oh my, what a surprise! Then please come on in. I will be glad to be of help. Our shop may have just what you need. Loon, did you notice? Yes, it's a regret. Of course there'd be some in Paris. Now, I know what you're gonna say, but first let's look at the decorations. We'll see afterwards how we can help. Aww. Ooh. I don't have any money. I don't have any fucking money. Ooh. Now, what kind of, like, aesthetic do I want to go for? You have little croissants on your hats. Oh, cute. Didn't even notice. Ooh, that's cute. A plant for my spooky collection. Do we want like a spooky vibe? Or do we want like a... Oh, look, there's a candy... There's a candy vibe for sugar. I like this tree. I guess I don't have to buy stuff now. I can wait. I'm sure it will look wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, we do. That's so cute. Why don't you come visit us and see how it looks? We'll bake you something. Really? That would be wonderful. I will try to come by tomorrow if that's okay. I might even get new ideas by seeing your actual premises. Great! We'll be waiting with the city's best croissants. Bonne soirée, Madame Tessier. Bonne soirée à vous. À vous. Bonne soirée à vous. I think we still have stuff to unpack and I'm already a bit tired. About regrets. We had to expect we'd find regrets in Paris. Yeah. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. Let's get home and rest. I crave a good hot chocolate. I am looking at the hats! I said it was cute! We both have croissants. Wanna call it a day? Yeah. Let's get some rest. I love her hair down. So cute. Is something wrong? You're frowning. It's just... I was thinking about Judith and her regret. I really hope she comes tomorrow. I reckon that would worry you. Of course it does. It shows her heart is unwell. She's locked some of her emotions away. And I can't stand by and watch. I know. We'll help her out. Well, you will. It's been a while since I've looked into a heart palace, but it'll be fine. I'll help her out and then she'll feel better. Galdari apparently put this book in the bottomless bag. He never misses a chance to lecture me. Loon opens on heart palaces and regrets. The book explores the relationship between people's mental space, the heart palace, and regrets. Regrets are spectral creatures of all forms, invisible to humans, who feed on energy generated by human emotions. They sometimes cling to humans who repress their emotions and whose energy accumulates. Regrets feed on the same person for years and are widely considered beneficial for mental health. They are one of the few creatures that can travel between Earth and the magical Theoside. Huh? There's a post-it here. Be careful inside Heart Palace's little bug. That sly spider. Is he being nice or making fun of me? Alright, time for bed. Don't stay up too late. Good night. Oh, he's proofing it. Too bad they didn't draw her in different outfits. I'm sure they'll be for full release outfits, I'm sure. What the hell, Loon? You're still up. Oh, I lost track of time. Are you kidding me? Go to bed now. We start work in a few hours. Alright, alright. I'll power rest. Ready for bed? Oh, yep, I'm coming. Yeah, I mean, if they drew her jammies, I'm sure they'll draw her different outfits. But this is like her iconic outfit.
Bonjour. Bienvenue. Bonne journée. Bienvenue. Et voilà. Bonne journée. Voilà pour vous. Vous allez bien? Bonne journée. Bonne journée. Bonjour. Bonjour. Vous allez bien? Bonne journée. Et voilà. Bonne journée.
Yeah, it's cute, right? The voice acting's good.
Bonjour.
What did she want?
Voilà pour vous. Et voilà. Bonne journée. Bonne journée.
Bonne journée. It was a great day. All done. I can get stuff from my bakery. Healing regrets. No, I'll definitely play the hell out of this on release. Oh look, she came. Sorry, Loon. I'm sorry. Hello, Loon. I'm sorry for coming so late. Oh, Miss Tessier, welcome. I really wanted to come early today, but clients kept coming in. It's okay, it's okay. That's a good thing. Haha. We'll throw our A game for you. What would you like? Can I take a look around first? This is such a lovely place you have. I am sure it can spark some ideas. Sure, sure. Be my guest. She sells her regret. Can you manage? Yes. I'll have a look inside her heart palace. I just need to help her emotion through. Alright, just be careful. These really are nice premises. I can see a lot of potential for bold designs. Bold? I will see what I can think of if you can spare some time. Please do come to my store. Sure, we sure will. In the meantime, do you want to try some of our bold designs? I recommend a croissant. Croissant? Oh, but of course, it is the Croissant de Lune after all. Then please, I'm sure it will be a delight. Coming right up. Some clients have an emotion buried deep within for them. You must drive into their heart, which Loon perceives as a labyrinth. You need to help that emotion find its way out. Oh! Here you go. I recommend having a bite right away. It's best when freshly baked. All right, as the artist says. Someone takes a bite of the croissant in a polite, delicate way. Oh my, this is exquisite. As she was enjoying a second bite, like a child with their favorite candy, suddenly she begins to cry. No! I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. I'm happy you like it. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. My baking has that effect sometimes. You will feel a lot better after you've allowed yourself to be sad. Thank you. I think I should go. Can I leave a tip for your kindness? Oh, thank you. Really, you don't have to. This is a magical croissant. This is magical croissants you're selling. I think it deserves a little extra. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Bonne soirée à vous. Merci. The woman leaves in silence, pulling her bag straps back up on her shoulder. Nice work. How are you feeling? Good. I'm alright. We'll likely have other clients like her from time to time. With the stress of the city and the judgment of others, people tend to bury their emotions more deeply. Got the whole evening to ourselves. What do we do now? Not me getting teary. I'm you and me both. I'm all it's that time of the month, so I'm extra like, that's so sweet. Get more decorations. After a work day, you can explore Paris. Browse items in shops, take part in activities to improve your skills, or spend time with other characters to strengthen your relationships. Unlike shops, activities take time, and you can only do one per day, so think carefully about how you want to spend your time and who you want to share it with. About time in. There's so much stuff to do here. We're in Paris. How are we going to decide? We could do a food marathon, go from restaurant to restaurant. Well, we only have a few hours of spare time, so we'll have to make a choice. If we can't do something today, we'll just do it tomorrow. Hey, that sounds like procrastination. And no, it's not. It's just about not pushing ourselves too much. Pushing yourself too much. That's so not like you. Ouch. Touché. But we're here to watch over each other, partner. So no food marathon either. Dang it. Pigeon. I want to go buy decorations. I don't know why I've been feeling extra sensitive. It's the moon. It's the weather. I don't know. It's the moon cycle. Oh, hello. Hi, Miss Tessier. Is this a bad time? Are you alright? Yes, it's just, I must apologize for crying. Please excuse my unsightly behavior. Please, don't apologize. Crying when you need it is very important. My baking helps with that. Thank you. I did feel better afterwards. Magic really is troubling. And your croissant was truly wonderful. Thank you so much. Please come back whenever. I will. Do you make croissants aux pommes? By any chance, those are my favorite. What are those? Of course! If you've liked our croissant, you'll love our croissant. Croissant! That's true. Apple pie. Oh, palm is apple. Yeah, palm. Pie? Palm? Pie? Apple? I don't remember. Like the McDonald's ones? Oh, that's true. We didn't make any Chason since Palm is apple. Okay, Palm is apple, I thought. Calling me impatient. Were you looking for yeah. Open shop. I want... Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. Delighted to see you. Your shop is really lovely. Thank you. You are too kind. My husband and I opened this shop more than 30 years ago. I still remember our first days. I was sewing tapestries and we were selling tablecloths and napkins. Oh, I love napkins. I remember every napkin of every restaurant I've been to. You do that? I do. They're soft and pretty. My husband loves them too. Oh, right. We haven't met yet. Is he working here too? Yes, but it's mostly me these days. Oh, that must be exhausting handling a shop on your own. Oh. Autism. Autism. I shouldn't pry. It looks painful. Leave. Okay. Chasano Palm. I was having a problem with the first word. Choson? Choson Opom. Choson Opom. Okay. Got time to chat? Talk about Galdari. So how is it going with Galdari? Yeah, well, the usual. Gudari is very nitpicky. I'd say he's the nitpickiest of the nitpickies. Did you guys have him as a teacher at the academy? Yes, way back in middle school, up to high school, so he knows us quite well. Tell me, does he have any weaknesses? Huh? I mean, is it possible to trick his foresight? I mean, he sees the future, right? If he knows I'm going to break something, why doesn't he just tell me so I can avoid it? Hahaha, I don't really know how Cosmos magic works. But he's always told us knowing the future and changing the future are two very different things. What does that mean? Probably that he's not revealing his tricks anytime soon. Have you been to Paris for long? Have you been in Paris for long? I was born here. Spent all 13 years of my life. Well, not counting the time at the academy. Oh, so you must know a lot of cool places. Cool restaurants. To be fair, not so much. I've spent a lot of time in the academy. I did boarding school. Oh, so your family doesn't live in Paris? They do. It's just there's so much stuff to do in the aside. I can't get enough of it. Haha, I get it. I miss it a bit too. And also, home's not always the best anyway. Oh, sorry. I didn't catch that. Oh, it's nothing. Gotta go. See ya, Marembe? Marembe? Choson Opom. Choson Opom. I'm expecting you, dear. I don't have any money. I don't have any money. A classic, you ought to read it already. That is if you were listening in class. Her outfit changed. Oh, hello. It is good to see you. I must thank you for your delightful baguette. It was a wonder. Hehe, I'm glad you liked it. My offer still stands. If a movie catches your eye, I will be glad to welcome you in my hall of the 7th art. Go to the cinema. I was wondering what's playing today. Huh, I don't think we have enough money, Loon. Bet you know everyone around here. How long have you been in the neighborhood? My, for quite a while. You were likely not even born. Really? How long ago was it? I bought this theater in 1985. Remained here ever since. For real? That's so older. That's older than Loon. Hey, of course it is, Oreo. 40 years it has been. How time flies. People change, the city changes, movies change. But the only one that doesn't is people's passion for stories. That's true. We all love a good story. I have curated many along those years. I can't say there is any end to my admiration. See you soon, Monsieur Martin. Monsieur Martin. I feel like I've talked to everyone, really. It's kind of limited what you can do in the daytime right now. I'm sure there will be more in the atelier, in the full release. Monsieur? 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 Need the dough, need the dough. Spread the dough. Cut the apple into small pieces. Oh! I thought that was a knife. What it in the oven. Cute. So upon. Upon. So upon. Alright, time for bed. Don't stay out too late. Ready for bed? Yep. Because it's not like how it's spelled. Monjo? I don't know. Monsieur. These take a little longer. Oh.
Et voilà. Bienvenue. Bonne journée.
Ah non, chocolat. Ah non, chocolat.
Bonne journée.
Two baguettes.
Et voilà.
One baguette.
Bonne journée.
Let's get more baguette dough.
Et voilà. Vous allez bien? Bienvenue. Bonne journée.
Whoa!
Et voilà.
Oh, that was an intense one.
Voilà pour vous. Bonne journée.
I wonder if I get more money for serving them or for saying hello to them first.
Bonne journée.
Hello.
Vous allez bien? Et voilà. Voilà pour vous. Bonne journée.
I wonder if you get money for serving. Oh, hell yeah. A quiet visitor. Is that it? Is that the demo? Wow, one good day done. Hmm? There's still someone outside. Whoa! That's a big fucking... Oh, she left. That's a big emotion thing. I wonder who that woman was. I'm gonna call it a day? No, 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 not yet. Let's go find that woman. Where did it show me? I don't know. Oh, I just traveled back. Damn it. I am delighted to see you. Yeah, let's go to the cinema, I guess. I think I have enough money to go to the cinema. Hello, welcome to my Temple of Moving Wonders. Go to the cinema. I wonder what's playing today. Want to invite someone? Sure do. Let's invite. Where? The only place that... You might like this one. Wait, an epic action-filled movie with heroism and, I must say, a lot of bombastic special effects. Yeah, Captain Canada. She might like that one. Oh yes, I really wanted to see that one. Have you seen the other Wonders? I've been following the WCU for MCU. Oh my god, for years. Maybe I've seen maybe a couple, but there are just so many. You gotta watch them. It's all part of an epic story. Oh, and you gotta watch the series and read the comics. Sounds like a full-time job, and I already have one. But they're so cool. I want to be a superhero when I grow up. That's why I'll be joining the IRMA as soon as I graduate. I want to fight baddies too. Well, IRMA does a lot of things besides that. I'll manage. I'll just pew pew, wham, woo. Oh, popcorn. I need popcorn as part of the main event. I don't think sugar is what you need right now. Hyperactive. Oh gosh. Sorry, Galdari. see Galdari. Time to chat? Talk about Miriam's magic. Hey, I was curious, what voice of magic are you? Ooh, here it comes magic talk. Wait. Me first. I've been dying to know. How does your magic work? You're a heart mage, right? Ah, you're hyped. Yes, I'm a witch of the heart. I'm a witch of heart. Pop, 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 pop. Hello. That's so cool. I heard you could go inside people's heart palace. What does it look like? Well, I'd say it's very magical. It doesn't look like anything else on Earth or the Aside. It's the person's thoughts and feelings taking shape, after all. It's more about meaning than logic. Fascinating. I can't wait until I can do stuff like that. Whoa, so you're a witch of heart too? Nuh-uh. Nuh-huh? I'm a witch of elements. I'm a void type. Wow, that's amazing. It's so rare. Hee hee, I can do whatever magic I want. Well, sort of, eventually. Well, I've heard void was exceptionally difficult to master. You have a long road ahead of you. I know, but I want to see where it takes me. And Mirem's eyes fall to the ground where they wander through a deep sigh. She doesn't look like she wants to talk about it. I gotta go. See you, Mirembe. Want to see a little guy? Of course I want to see a little guy. That's a little guy with a carrot. Is that a carrot? A little guy. I love it. Look at this good boy and his carrot. I love it. Been expecting you, dear. Catch up with Galdari. It's been a while since Monsieur Galdari. It's been a while, Monsieur Galdari. How have you been? Oh my, thank you for asking, little bee. I have been quite well, particularly these past few years. Oh, did something good happen? Well, you are aware that the Aside is slowly opening its borders to humans. This is history happening in front of our eyes. But didn't that start in the 90s? I wasn't even born. Whoa, when you are 139 like me, that feels like just yesterday. That's right. Wow, you're so old. Yet still younger than jokes about my age. I meant that as a compliment. That's impressive. Web weavers have a long lifespan. I wonder what you have. No, I can't buy that. What should I make now? I can make this chocolate croissant. Not Debussy playing in the background. What? Debussy? Debussy. 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 Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Debussy. Claire de Lune. Why doesn't it go all the way to the yellow? Ooh, that looks yummy. I want a pan au chocolat so bad. There's no good bakeries where I live. Pain au chocolat. Pain. Is it pain? Actually, you played Dangan. No, I have not played Danganronpa. I have not. Pain. Oh, pain that I don't have any good bakeries. Yes, pain. Pause here. This is Claire de Lune. Ah, Debussy. Claire de Lune by Debussy. I see. I'm sorry, JJ. Debussy. Debussy. Mawile. Nice, you caught Mawile. Ready for bed? Yep. I'm coming. You know what the little rat-looking thing reminds me of? That bitch from Madoka. Madoka Magica. No, I'm kidding. It's way cuter than... What is it called? Hello.
Vous allez bien? Bonne journée.
Bonjour.
Bonne journée.
My friends and I say, like, I'm in pain, but we say I'm in bread. I'm in palm.
Et voilà. Bonjour. Bonne journée.
Knew someone whose last name was Panchard, and that's literally hot bread. I love that.
Et voilà. Bonne journée. Bonne journée. Et voilà. Bonne journée.
Prioritize these. I just made them.
Voilà pour vous. Bonne journée.
Those aren't all the customers for the day. Is it? Come on. Give me more customers.
Bonjour.
Ooh, this one's dark.
Et voilà. Bonne journée. Bonne journée. Bonne journée.
Man, I think that woman is still out there. Hmm? Yeah, that's a huge regret. Hello, we're still open. Oh, hello. Sorry. I'm sorry if I pulled you away from your work. I know you're closing. It's alright. That regret, it's so large. Loon, you're staring. Oh! Was there something else? Sorry, I was just thinking that I saw you the other day too. I was wondering if you needed anything. Oh, it's fine. I can come back another day. But you came all the way here. I'll bake you something. Thank you. That would be delightful. It's just I can't really get in with this step. Oh my god, I didn't realize. Is that why you didn't come in last time? Yeah, partly. We'll fix this. Oreo, can you do something? Of course I can. With a flash of magic, Oreo shaped a ramp for the woman. Oh, that's so sweet. Ta-da! Incredible. Magic really is something to behold. This was well worth the trip. I'm so sorry we missed that. Now I have to make you something. Come on in. Thank you. What can I get you? I was really curious about your pain au chocolat. Can it make me walk again? Oh my god. Are you sure you'll be okay with a regret like that? Her heart must be. No worries. I'll just see what I can do in her heart palace and be right out. Pain au chocolat. Oh. Oh! Goosebumps. I have goosebumps. Ooh. Whoa. So that's her heart palace. As I thought, there's something deep troubling her. I need to know what's going on. Okay, Loon, do your thing. Ooh, it's so beautiful in here. Whoa, look at that guy. That's a silly little guy right there. I want to get him. Is that? Get the little guy. A sad noise. Hey, you're okay. I won't hurt you. My name is Loon. I'm a heart witch. I'm here to help you. Questioning noise? Huh? You're her sadness. What are you doing so far away from from the cradle? It's okay, don't worry. It's not your fault. I'm here now. I can take you there. Huh? It looks like we're stuck though. Do you know where to go? Huh? Hmm? Pointy noise? Ugh. You want that stuff up there? Maybe this will help. Okay, I can only move this one. Right? I have everything I need. That's right. Good job. Looks like you've opened your way. Yoink. That was her voice. Are these holding her thoughts? So that's how it works here. Yeah, thank you for the head pat. Were you trying to make this lift work this whole time? Looks like something was preventing sadness from going down here. Odd. Hey, it's okay. We don't have to run. Oh! Aw, there. Are you alright? We don't have to rush. It's okay. Stay close to me. Let's go steady. Everything's fine. Watch out! Came to block our way? It's okay. I think I can move these. Thank you. What is that? Oh, it's a memory. That's right, Sadness. These lights are nascent emotions. You looked like that when you were born. Congratulations on your promotion, Estelle. You deserve it. Congratulations, Miss Berger. Thank you all. I will do my very best to live up to your expectations. Don't worry, you're easily the best advisor in this office. It was only a matter of time. Management made the right decision about time. Now who's free for drinks after work? It sounds like a happy memory, so why does it create sad emotions? Uh-oh. That was the night of the accident. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here. You're doing great. It's okay. Another one of these structures. Job! I made the right choice. What choice? These cubes, they're trying to keep her sadness away. The cradle is still way up ahead. I need to figure out what's wrong. Get the heck out of here. Yes, Mom, I am in my new office. I'm so proud of you, running an agency at your age. I always told you, trust in your lucky star. Your talent and dedication brought you here. Your mother and I are so proud. Thank you. I'm glad people recognize my efforts. Her parents sounded happy. Why isn't she? Huh? Some sort of current. We can't walk through it like that. This should do the trick. Huh? I know, right? See, those cubes aren't so scary anymore. There's 2 of them I need to grab. If I send you through here. Too late for what? This looks different. There's a hole in it. Ooh! I think it's a heart barrier. Dang it. Huh? I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have the key for it. Need to know more about her to open this barrier. I have to go. Will you wait for me here? I promise I'll return. I'll find the key to open it, okay? I should leave for now. There's nothing more I can do. What if the little guy's the key? It's done. Have a bite. Tell me what you think. Right now? Yeah, only if you're hungry though. It's much better when it's freshly baked. I see. Please excuse me then. She takes a bite with elegance and seems to marvel at the taste with temperance. This is, wonderful, truly. I don't think I've ever eaten a pan of chocolate of this caliber. Thank you. Loon looks at the woman's regret, still clinging to her. Of course it didn't go away. Oh no, thank you. You two are the chefs. I'm glad I was able to come. You can come anytime you want. How much do I owe you? Oh, nothing. It's on the house today. Sorry about the step. I insist on paying. I would be uncomfortable devaluing your work. Really? I insist that you don't. I'm trying to apologize here. The woman glances around at Loon's bare-bone bakery and dusty pastry part. She reaches into her inside pocket and then extends a business card. Well, maybe I can contribute in another way. The card reads, Estelle Berger, Accounting and Financial Engineering at Brilliance. This is my card. I work as an accountant. If you ever find yourself in need in that regard, it will be my pleasure to assist you. Our services are not cheap, but I might be swayed by a few croissants. Thank you. Oh, my name is Loon, and this is Oreo. Hello! Pleased to meet you. I'm sorry for imposing myself today. We'll aim to return more appropriately within your normal work hours next time. Thank you for the pan of chocolate. My pleasure. Estelle leaves quietly and disappears from the side of the door, glancing back politely. Are you alright? What happened? There's a barrier in her heart, something deep that's troubling her. That explains the huge regret. We don't see ones like that every day. Uh-huh. I need to know more about her if I want to find out what's wrong with her. What's wrong and help her. You have that, oh, I want to help her so bad face. Huh? Of course I do. We have to do something. Moon looks at the business card and a cunning smile lights up her face. And she already gave us the perfect invitation. I think it's weird if you call her right away. I mean, she just left. It's okay, I'll call her office phone and leave a message. You have reached Estelle Berger. I am out of the office at this time. See? What are you going to say? Just exactly what she said. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. Hi Estelle, this is Loon. Maybe you weren't expecting a call so soon. But you're right. I don't know anything about accounting stuff and I would love to get your help. When would you be available to meet? I'm happy to come to your office. You can call me or message me on this number. Talk soon. Et voila. What? You're one cunning witch. Hey, it's all true. I do need help. Can't do any math and neither can you. And yes, we'll get to help her along the way. Point taken. Let's wait until we hear back then. Can I save? Or does it save automatically? Does it save automatically? I hope. Okay, it does. Okay. I didn't expect this demo to be so long. It's been like an hour. Hey Loon, Galdari says he wants to see you ASAP. Okay, anyway. Let's end here. I'm going to go to sleep, I guess. That was a really pretty game. I'm very excited for when it is fully released. Very, very, very excited. Oh, Striker's playing some Celeste. You guys can go watch Striker play it. I don't want to watch because spoilers. I'm so tired. I don't know if I have the energy to interact. But please go say hi to them. Spam my emotes if you have my emotes. Bye bye.